Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Welcome back to the Late Show. This is your host, Young Brando, live from Los Angeles. We're going to talk about watches. We're going to talk about the System 51 disaster. Um, we're going to talk about the Only Watch charity auction that is coming up in November as part of the Geneva auction season, of course, but it is special. It happens every other year. It happens for a good cause. It is a charity auction, and they actually did a world tour that included Los Angeles, that in fact had Los Angeles as its first stop. Next stop is New York, if I'm not mistaken. Christie's is their auction partner. So they're beautiful, beautiful people. Um, Mathieu and Eli, who helped me look at some brilliant watches. I was so happy that I made it there on the first day because the second time I went, which was earlier today, there was a particular allotment. Like you had about two or three watches that you could pick from the whole lineup, so to speak, and have them bring it out. And it's obviously they have very good reasons for it. It is quite the pandemonium when people start trickling in at certain parts of the day, and it's only two of them. They have to pay particular attention to the health and condition of those pieces. Of course, they are going to go to their new owners by the end of the year, and they're one of a kind pieces. It's completely understandable. And also, of course, they want to pay particular attention to the people they're speaking to. They actually want to give them their full undivided attention, explain the pieces, because there are so many little details that even if you had studied the lots on the web page, which is quite detailed, which is quite interesting and captivating in its own way, you may have missed a bunch of stuff. And of course, the watches in person, um, at least half of them are mind blowing. And I'll be sharing with you some of the footage I got over the next few days. If you have any particular questions, of course, we can start talking about them tonight. But I want to start, since I didn't do a full show since these pieces have been revealed. I wanted to start with talking about the Thrifty Fathoms, the 50 Fathoms collaboration that Blancpain and Swatch did. This, of course, follows up on the major success of last year for a collaboration between Omega and Swatch. Uh, from my point of view, I'm calling it a success advisedly, because I can obviously not deny the fact that they sold more than 1 million watches that way, more than 1 million plastic watches at that. So that in and of itself is marketing genius, as we like to call it in Watch YouTube. And it is something to be remarked. We could move on at that point, but obviously, I think there are major concerns when it comes to questions of brand equity. What is it doing to those brands in the long term? And this is especially a concern because Swatch was pretty clear at the very beginning that this was not going to be just a one off thing, that they had plans to do further collaborations with other, highlighting other brands within their body, within their group, honoring, as they say, which is again a term that I use advisedly. because at the end of the day, Swatch has its place in the world of watches. Swatch has its place, of course, in the world of the Swiss horological industry, and as not only a major player currently, but also as the group that rescued a lot of these legacy brands from certain downfall, if not outright oblivion. So some credit has to be given um, to Swatch when we're talking about a thriving and not only surviving Swiss watch market today. That being said, um, I think they're really devaluing a lot of these legacy brands because Swatch's model, which purely depends on mechanical production, which depends on mass production and mass marketing, a kind of pop art approach, as one of our listeners who jumped on a couple of days ago has so shrewdly identified. I'm talking about Neo. But what we know about mechanical watches, what we value about mechanical watches is basically the diametrical opposite, basically the polar opposite of what Swatch prioritizes. Because System 51, and I showed you guys my watch last time when we were talking about this, it actually isn't working. So I got this watch somewhere around 2013 or 2015, and in less than a decade, uh, even though it has a mechanical movement, it has given up because System 51 is a very special movement. Um, Consists of only 51 components, which is in and of itself an homage to the first quartz watches that Swatch produced. After all, the System 51 came out in 2013 to honor the 30th anniversary of Swatch as a brand. It is also a movement that is assembled without any manipulation or intervention by the human hand, completely on the mechanical assembly line, and basically put together by a single screw at the middle of the movement. Um, Let me just show you that. I'll make myself full screen. You can see it there. And the movement itself really largely consists of plastic components too. It can't be serviced, it can't be regulated. Once it's gone, it's gone, it's gone forever. So the unique architecture and production method of these movements, the System 51 movements, mean that they are not serviceable and that they cannot be regulated or manipulated in any way. Combined with the plastic cases of the watches, and this was my criticism for Moon Swatch, it's even more jarring with the Blancpain Swatch collaboration because it has this sort of preservationist and sustainable theme, but nothing could be further from ocean preservation as creating further plastic waste. I mean, it's really mind blowing how they try to sell this as bioceramic, right? And with NATO straps that are apparently made from recycled fish nets. Um, I like fish nets, but not in this particular context. So this means, ironically, that these pieces, which are presented with a major marketing campaign that centers on preservation and sustainability, will end up producing thousands and thousands of units that will spend most of their worldly existence chucked away in some kitchen drawer, only be, only to be disposed soon enough. And that's perhaps even more of a concern with these pieces, right? Quartz pieces, at least when they fail, they can be serviced. When the battery runs out, the battery can be replaced, and you can actually give them a new lease on life, theoretically speaking, right? Even though we all know uh, there's a particular reason that Swatch collaborations hit so nicely with the hype beast market, because it is a market that is drop by drop. It's not even seasonal, right? By the time that this actually comes out and hits the market, people have moved on to the next thing, anyways. So, it scarcely matters, in fact, that the movement lasts less than a decade, because people have moved on from these watches in about 2 years at most, but more like 2 months. I'm just trying to be as optimistic as possible. And perhaps all this conundrum is a poetic summation of the Swatch Group's uniquely ambivalent position in the horological industry. Without their valiant effort, the industry may not have survived the quartz crisis, and it most certainly would not have been in the vigorous shape that it is today. Their namesake brand, however, continues to represent the antithesis of that most sacred ideal that is represented today by mechanical timepieces, those quaint, mostly antiquated, and absolutely beautiful everyday objects that have the power to stand the test of time and survive for generations through a lasting conjugation of technical innovation and human perfectibility. I think, again, it is kind of a sad story. My personal aversion to most of the colorways aside, this is literally toxic waste. It's literally toxic waste. I know that that's fun. Toxic sludge or toxic waste is something that Archie uh, came up with at a certain point to, uh, I guess, find another word than shitter to describe these kinds of beater watches. Um, but this is literally toxic sludge. It is going to go back to the ocean in less than a decade, and not in the way that the marketing campaign envisions it. I mean, if you really, um, oh, okay, there's an important angle, right? The point is that apparently these watches democratize access to the modern dive watch. Have you ever heard of the brand called Seiko? I think they're from Japan. I think that's been done already. And if you want this particular style, go get yourself Bulova Millships. That's a much better homage uh, to this particular genre of a watch than any plastic swatch. There we go. I think my friend and supporter here, Bezos, has one of these, and I'm sure he can attest to the value for money that these particular pieces provide. I think they came out in 2021. Nice black matte dial, kind of a slate gray neo strap. And with a nice moisture gauge that actually is functional. I believe, at least it does take as its inspiration, that was from a timepiece that was originally developed for the U.S. Navy, just as the Tornek Rayville version of the Blancpain 50 fathoms was kind of snuck through the firewall set by the Buy American rule to get that contract, right? They had to come up with the whole Tornek Rayville scheme, Tornek being the US distributor of Blancpain at the time, and Rayville being kind of made up word that plays on Blancpain's kind of headquarters in Virey, the Swiss town. Hey guys. Yes, Basil's is here. Nice to see you, man. Bonsoir. Très bien. Et vous? Whiskey, nice to see you. Yeah, I love the Boulevard Mill ships. I think if you're looking for a good deal for that genre of a watch, get yourself a nice piece like this. Yes, it's a little more expensive at retail than $400, but you'll get a watch that will last you a lifetime and that you can even pass on to someone because it will work after some nice service a decade or two or more down the road. And I'm sure this is not a watch that I have followed on the secondary markets, but my guess is that it should be probably even cheaper than this particular price point for examples that are barely worn, right? That just didn't hit the right spot for someone. Yeah, okay, let me say a couple of good things about this design because I don't want to I don't want to be all negative about it because this is actually one of my favorite designs when it comes to watches. The contention about its place as the first modern dive watch, notwithstanding, I find a lot to like about Jean-Jacques Fichte's original design. I think it's outsized proportions for the time. And ironically, this piece is closer to those, being around 42 millimeters or so, than the current production model. The luminous bezel, the beautiful broad hands, the Arabic numerals at quarters. It's just a beautiful piece. By the way, the only watch that they made is basically a beautiful blue dial version of the 70th anniversary pieces that they have done, and it just hits all the right notes, right? It's probably the most not so special watch within the selection of the only watch pieces, but it's also extremely nice. And all it makes you think is just make the regular production model in the 42 and change case diameter, please, because it sits just right on the wrist. 45 millimeters is, for my puny wrists, it's just way too large. But this is actually a pretty good size for the kind of watch that it is. Again, the 50 fathoms is a little more outsized vis-a-vis the Submariner anyways, or Submarine, or as we're supposed to say. So it's okay. It doesn't have to be 40 millimeters. That's not like the um, you know divine writ or something. That every watch has to be 40 millimeters just because Rolex has done it that way and has called every single watch 40 millimeters, even when it isn't. Uh, it doesn't have to be. Not every watch has to be 40, just because that is everyone's favorite case size for whatever reason. Again, but I would be much more interested if they offered just something like this. Please get rid of the date and take my money. I mean, a lot of the enthusiasts are waiting for it, and I've read some very legitimate rants that there's something wrong with having tool watches at 15,000 mark or even more, and I completely agree with that too. That's not every brand can get away with that just because Rolex does. And I think they need to start doing things a little differently with these sorts of heritage brands that have their tool watches, right? Blancpain, obviously, once it got revived by Jean-Claude Biver and Jean-Jacques Pillet, they were just as much about elegance, about complications, and about high horological watchmaking as they were, and perhaps more than they were, about tool watches. But the whole point of having a watch like 50 Fathoms in the catalog, in a similar way to Breguet having Revival Type 20 in their catalog, should be to have an accessible piece that can bring in a different kind of collector into the fold, who would then, having sampled that quality at a different price point from a different perspective, and sports watches are still among the larger public, at least among men, the most popular genre. Having sampled the quality of the brands from that particular perspective at a lower price point, they might then aspire to another piece by the brand, right? Maybe they will actually line up for Blancpain Vieret full calendar. Maybe someone who gets the Breguet Type 20 will one day aspire to getting, a nice perpetual calendar. I don't know, maybe one of those asymmetric dial watches, maybe one of the Tradition series. Otherwise, the average person still aspires to Rolex, maybe a little less so, but still, proportionally speaking, to Patek, maybe again proportionally speaking to Audemars Piguet. But believe me, no one, no one really out of the blue aspires for a 50 Fathoms. It is a watch for the watch nerd. It is a watch for the enthusiast, right? So you're not gonna bring in a whole slew of people by giving them a cheaper version, because at some point they will check uh, the price for the real one, if you really think that's how it goes, and they will look at it and say, well, this costs more than a Submariner. If I have this money, I will just buy a Rolex Submariner. That's it. That's a closed case. I'm sorry. All right, enough of that, because I think ultimately, since It's not like 50 Fathoms is taking off in some other way. I know I would be happy uh, seeing some recreation of Jean-Jacques Fichteil's original design on the wrists of more people, on the wrists of younger people. I think the dimensions of the case make it almost universally wearable as a sports watch. Very appealing. So I wouldn't mind seeing around the blue, which is the Atlantic, and the white, which I believe is the Antarctic. Um, I wouldn't mind seeing those. The rest, I think, are a little foul and offensive, but that's just me. And hey, you do you, as I always like to say. So Philips is entering the auction season right. They have started preparing the online um, sort of infrastructure, so to speak. I'm sure the catalog is going to be out soon. Their auction is taking place on the 3rd and 4th. As I mentioned, the 5th is going to be the date for Only Watch. So they saved the Sunday for that. Philips is going to be 3rd and 4th in Geneva. They have 6062 by Rolex, a triple calendar with moon phase in stainless steel. If nothing else, Eric Clapton had one. This was one of the watches that was sold in that epic 2003 Christie's um, auction. I'm not implying by saying this that this is Eric Clapton's watch, just that this exceptionally rare watch or something like it was once part of his collection. I don't know the provenance of the one that's going to come up on number 18 by Philips Geneva. That's going to take place on the first weekend of November. They also have a first series 2419 in yellow gold, which again is a perennial auction favorite because of the beautiful case, seductively downturned stepped lugs, the applied Arabic numerals on the dial, the relatively modern case size at 37 being larger than the 1518. All around, I think it makes the 2499 a very compelling proposition for a lot of the enthusiasts, vis-a-vis 3970, for example, which is a little smaller, a little more conventional, a little more predictable and by the numbers, which is why I love it. But that's what makes 2499, I think, so uh, powerful, so long lasting, and so much preferred by some of the high rollers. And apparently, there's also going to be this beautiful Vachon Constantin Métier d'Art piece, which is actually a miniature painting, an enamel painting by the famous artist of this genre, Anita Porcher. But even though I can't identify the painting off the top of my head, I'm pretty sure this is Chagall. This is a reproduction of a segment from one of Chagall's paintings. If my friend Saint Peter is there in the chat, maybe he can identify it. for me, but I recognize that kind of angel anywhere. That's kind of his signature. Or maybe it's simply something inspired by Chagall. It just looks too much like something that he would have painted. It might be something original by Anita Porcher, just very strongly influenced by Chagall. So those are the only three revealed so far from the proper Geneva auction that's coming. We're going to look at the Watches Online that is based out of Geneva, which has some 65 lots. Another online auction that's coming that's going to be out of Hong Kong, and for which the bidding will start on the 21st. Has a few watches revealed as well. There's going to be Langewan Tourbillon in pink gold, the reference 704,032, a 250 piece limited edition from around the turn of the century, from around 2000. There's going to be Black Label Octa Réserve de Marche in pink gold, which looks fantastic. With the big date at 11:30, the power reserve at around 9, and the off-center seconds right between 4 and 5. I think the pink gold looks particularly stunning in combination with that special black dial that is nowadays only allocated to people who have bought at least 2 watches with FP Journe. Previously, I think one was enough, perhaps, to place that special order for these watches that is only available through the boutiques. White gold Space Panda with the meteorite dial and black chronograph registers, 116509. It's a good way to test the market and how things will shape up, since a lot of the special Daytonas, even without coming to the off the catalog pieces, have been retired for the moment. So here's one that will come up, the meteorite dial. By the way, Mark Wahlberg, Mark and Mark, has been spotted with the new Daytona Le Mans. So they're being delivered, I suppose, not to you or me, but certainly they're going to be out there soon. Beautiful Breguet Tourbillon Messidor reference 5335 in pink gold with an open worked dial, a tourbillon cage picking up those accents from the case, and Daniel Rod's master perpetual calendar, meaning one of the more serially produced versions of the perpetual calendar, but at least in this case, part of a limited series of 15 pieces. Number 13, and sorry, number 3 out of 15. And again, kind of, I mean, anything looks good in this case to me, but certainly in yellow gold and with applied Breguet numerals, it can't hurt. There's even a discrete leap year indicator there, lodged into one of the subdials, which are themselves framed beautifully with gold rings, and a very nice porthole for the moon phase indicator at 12 o'clock. A stunning, stunning piece. Hey, Owl, that's nice, man. That's good. Good take. Good take, Whiskey. Hey, Al. So let's take a look at what Philips has in store for us from the 65 lots that are actually being bid upon, having started earlier today. As we do it, I will put the link in the chat. If you want me to pull up any of the watches that I didn't get to, that I skipped over, or that you want me to discuss in further detail, please send in the lot numbers. Especially if you do that with a super chat, you can count on me to dive into it with all kinds of historical and horological detail. There are a lot of the usual suspects and some interesting pieces. You can see already some have started gaining traction. There's a Cartier Crash London edition. This is of course one of the reproductions that were delivered through the London boutique, limited to one piece per month, which means there are about 60 examples in total. Classic Aquanaut Jumbo in the current reference 5167A. The Vacheron Constantin Corne de Vache in stainless steel, but the dial might remind you that this is one of those limited run of pieces, of 36 pieces that were made for Hodinkee back in 2017, I want to say. A beautiful Langematic Perpetual from the early series, which still has the pusher for the correction, chronomètre à résonance, a lot of interesting pieces, and some less predictable stuff like Sartori Billard in the SB05 edition, which is the hand wound, small seconds, kind of the dressier version. A white gold Daytona with a racing dial with radially placed Arabic numerals, but that dial is a pavé dial with encrusted diamonds, so to speak. A Sprite 10th anniversary Octofinissimo automatic with the sketch dial. The limited Rouge special edition of the Reverso Grand Taille, ultra thin with the red lacquer dial. Louis Erard, Konstantin Chaikin, the regulator style approach to the Wrist Monsters series by Konstantin Chaikin, who, by the way, had one of the most stunning watches in the Only Watch auction, which I hope to share with you later. The Vacheron Constantin Saltarello, the jump hour watch with that retrograde display and a beautiful guilloche dial that is itself made out of a gold blank. Man, some really, really beautiful stuff. There's that Cartier from the CPCP series, the one that's called Day and Night, which is a movement, if I'm not mistaken, designed for Cartier by Sven Andersen, the famous independent watchmaker. Laurent Ferrier Classic Origin Limited Edition that was done with the Rake and Revolution Watch Magazine. Another chronometre Resonance with a beautiful pink gold dial in a pink gold case. John Mayer Daytona, a Yachtmaster 2. Wow. I don't think I've seen anything like that in a Phillips auction before. Interesting. Vacheron Constantin Overseas in pink gold with the blue dial. The 5740, which is king of all Nautiluses, of course, the ultra thin perpetual calendar in white gold. Okay, at this point, I don't even know where to start. The 5168G, so the extra jumbo white gold with the blue dial matching tropic style rubber strap. 5711 with the white dial, which was discontinued even before the reference model itself, and the white perpetual calendar, white ceramic perpetual calendar by AP, which didn't stay in production for too long to begin with. So let's start with that. This is lot 65, which is a material that AP kind of made its own. They were not the first to start making ceramic cases, but they certainly have over the last few years made some of the most hyped up pieces. Of course, the black ceramic perpetual calendar was quite a hit. They have also started using that material through the lineup. Have used it for flying tourbillon in the past. They have used it for some of the open worked. They have, of course, used it for reduced sized models of the Royal Oak, especially in that stunning Carolina Bucci model with the petrol colored chameleon like dial. This white perpetual calendar was actually spotted on the golfer Victor Hovland's wrist at a certain point in time, if I recall correctly. The reference number is 26579 CB. Increasingly, they include a video, which, of course, is helpful. It's the 41 millimeter case size in diameter. And with all the information displayed, I think ultimately this is a kind of watch that has a rather neat display. At the very least, it's very balanced with the four sub dials, so to speak, or the rather three calendrical displays with a moon phase indicator at 6 o'clock. The leap year indicator is lodged into this month's subdial at 12 o'clock, and there's a weekly calendar as well on the Reho that is displayed with a centrally deployed arrow style hand. This is lot 65. The piece has an estimate of 150,000 to 300,000 in Swiss francs, and there's already a bid at 150,000 Swiss francs. I'll go all the way back to lot number 1. As mentioned, this is a Cartier Crash, the London Boutique edition, which was introduced as a reproduction of the late 60s original in December 2018. There is now a platinum version that was introduced more recently, which I wasn't quite clear with. Was it going to replace the yellow gold, or was it going to be offered alongside the yellow gold? In either case, this is an extremely rare piece that could only be ordered through the Bond Street London boutique of Cartier. The allocations being limited to only one piece per month, meaning that there are less than 60 examples. Of course, the unique case shape that reminds people often of some examples of surrealist art, especially Dali's melting watches, melting clocks, the persistence of memory painting being perhaps the most emblematic example. There have been apocryphal stories about the origins of this watch, um, about a watch that has been, in fact, melted and transformed as a result of a car crash. All very nice stories, which don't necessarily have uh, any connection with truth. Nevertheless, the unique case shape and the dial layout with elongated and stylized Roman numerals, black on a silvered background, épée, sword style hands in heat blued stainless steel, and with sapphire cabochon on the beaded crown makes this a beautiful yellow gold dress piece that is enjoying quite a bit of hype over the last few years. This piece was apparently allocated earlier this year, lot number one, Cartier Crash London edition from 2023. The pre-auction estimate for this piece was $40,000 to $80,000. The current bid stands at 70,000 Swiss francs already. I meant to say Swiss francs, 40 to 80,000 in Swiss francs, and the bidding stands at 70,000 in Swiss francs already, with more than 6 days to go on the clock. Sorry, I closed that. Palwi, what's up? Love you, Lord. We all love the Lord. Being busy at work, looking after my dad, and keeping on top of my exercise, that's the spirit, man. Take care of yourself so that you may take care of others. Not to be consistently tuned into the show. It's 5:20 a.m. in the UK. And Pauli, I have to be honest, I have not been so judicious lately. Usually I stay on until midnight at least, and usually even past midnight, just so I can get a little more of the UK audience. But I haven't always done that lately. Hopefully, I'll be back, but I've been very busy myself as well, dealing with a lot of professional stuff as I'm scaling back on my work and hopefully retiring by next year. So you'll have much more of me starting May, I believe. Upvotes, thanks for reminding it. Super chat, hey, that doesn't hurt. Owl is making a face about it. Pauli says, I took my Rolex Hulk on holiday to the Lake District last month. Lovely weather on the last day morning. I put on my watch, then washed my hands. As I was washing, my instinct was to look at my watch. The crown was unscrewed for some reason. I have 4 watches, never done this. Pauli, I don't know how much of it you have been following. I got my Gérard Janta, and I announced it even then. By the time I unboxed that, I had gotten another watch. That watch came in on one of the first times I was wearing it, because I wanted to jump into the shower. I took it off, put it on, put it next to the sink, right? And there's marble floor in my bathroom, and I put it in a towel, right, that I just left on the counter next to the sink. I get out of the shower. I take the towel. The watch flies. As I look at it, falls face first on the marble floor. Went to service before I could wear it for a third time and before I could actually present it to the audience. And I've never done anything like it either, but I was tired, I was absent-minded, and it happens. And it happens too. You were on vacation. Um, maybe you unscrewed it for some reason. Maybe it got unscrewed. That can happen too sometimes, especially if you are having some sort of vigorous physical activity that involves, a lot of use of your hands. Um, I know, since our friend Oz likes enjoying at least one of his Rolexes when he's playing golf, that's the Explorer 2 that he has got the crown unscrewed on basically every time he took it to golf, because he was wearing it on a rubber strap also, which makes it closer to his wrist, right? So I'm glad no water got in. I'm glad everything is safe and sound. But it happens. Be easy on yourself. Go easy on yourself. It happens to the best of us. If it's the worst thing that happened to you in your vacation, um, I think you're still in good shape. As you guys know, some of these hype watches crushed pretty hard since 2022 March. There has been a downward trend for a lot of pieces. Um, of course, the Nautiluses and Aquanauts of the world have perhaps been more significantly affected. But as you guys know, I keep reporting to you in terms of these digests that are first and foremost exclusive for the members of the channel, and then eventually become public. That downturn has been part and parcel of basically every single brand on the market. FP Journe has been the exception so far, but recent auction results that had some unrealistic reserves in Eichen specifically, I think testifies to even a certain calming down when it comes to the hypest of hype watches that have ever hyped, which is FP Journe, of course. Number two is a Patek Philippe stainless steel jumbo Aquanaut 5167A. As you guys know, I like the Aquanaut a little better than the Nautilus, not being a fan of the Nautilus to begin with. I kind of like the postmodern field watch um, energy of the Aquanauts. I like on the 5167 specifically how uh, the texture, the pattern on the Tropic strap echoes with the Globescape design on the dial, and how sitting flush with the lugs and with the case itself, that helps the watch to achieve an integrated look in a very different way than the stainless steel case and bracelets integrated style of watches. Of course, the market being what it is, I think this is an extremely overpriced piece. But if anyone has access to it at list price, I think you can hardly go wrong with an Aquanaut in stainless steel. This is lot 2 of the Philips Watches online auction based in Geneva. A little more than 6 days for it to close. This piece had an estimated value of 30 to 60,000 in Swiss francs. And the current bid stands at 38,000 in Swiss francs. Now, one of the hot stuff. This is the Hodinkee edition of the Vacheron Constantin Historique Corne de Vache. Corne de Vache 1955 is a recreation of the cow's horns style cases of those chronographs that Vacheron Constantin made around the mid-century. Um, of course, Vacheron Constantin, having been established in 1755, has been the world's oldest continuously running watchmaker. And they have a couple of ways of honoring that legacy. The Historique series, which largely consists on faithful reproductions and minor reinterpretations of some of their classics from the archive. Um, that series is an example of the kind of value they bestow upon and derive from their heritage. This particular watch was actually presented with a black dial that had a pulsometer scale, graduated for 30 pulsations. Just to give you a little bit of a contrast, let me show you the production model of the stainless steel version, which has a tachymeter scale on the periphery of the dial and a two-tone silver dial. So quite a different example, this 36-piece run that was done by Hodinkee in what seems like prehistory now. But in 2017, believe it or not, Vacheron Constantin was still quite niche. Thankfully, it's been gaining more and more attention. Of course, you have a beautiful caliber 1142, which in its architecture is, of course, the classic Lemania CH27. So this is a chronograph that shares the same lineage as the Omega 321. Of course, here the components are finished, assembled, and regulated according to the standards expected from a watch that carries the hallmark of Geneva inside and out. Of course, the abiding obsession of Vacheron Constantin with their logo, with their symbol, the Maltese cross, continues here, where there is detail on the column wheel, which I think is actually black polished, the Maltese cross detail on the column wheel. All in all, a beautiful piece. I think this is the kind of watch that would be great on any collection, um, unless you have a seriously large wrist. The 38.5 case is actually quite substantive and modern. The unique styling of the lugs really adds both size and presence to the piece. And this particular version, again, is one of 36 pieces, which are very, very unique and quite dissimilar to anything they have in the current lineup, uh, even with the stainless steel version that they still have, of course. Paui says that sort of happens. I dropped my Daytona in a similar fashion. I sent it for service. I was paranoid. Only the case dented. Nothing else is wrong. But these pieces must be taken serious. In my, I don't want to give away the brand of the watch, but it's a very unique case shape. So the case shape and the fact that it was so top heavy ensured that it was only the top that hit it, only the crystal. So the crystal could have broken. It didn't. There's no dent, nor even a scratch in the watch, but it just stopped working. And the second, well, in fact, it didn't stop working actually, but I could hear the rotor wobbling inside. And on the second time I was actually trying to set it, the crown came out with the stem. And once I put it back in directly, it 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 didn't work. So Paui says, agree the Aquanaut is nicer than the Nautilus, but I would rather pick a Vacheron overseas, or if I go rubber, offshore. I don't. I'm not a huge fan of the overseas. I'm not that big of a fan of the Aquanaut either. I think I'm just, if I can ever get it, I want a nice Royal Oak, preferably a jumbo. But yeah, JB says if you want rubber, precious metal, Daytona and Oyster Flex wouldn't be so bad either. All right, we were looking at lot 3, which is Vacheron Constantin Historique Corne de Vache 1955, the stainless steel chronograph with those special bull's horns or cow's horns lugs. This is one of 36 pieces made for Hodinkee about 6 years ago. The estimated value of the piece was 20,000 to 40,000 Swiss francs. And with more than 6 days to go, it is currently being bid at 35,000 Swiss francs. Lot number 5, A Langonzune, Langematic Perpetual. This is the self-winding Saxomat Perpetual Calendar by A Langonzune in platinum. With an automatic movement, with an off-center or rather oversized micro rotor movements, partially open worked, beautifully decorated 21 carats rotor with the supplemental platinum weight as well. Wonderfully patinated German silver used on the bridge plates, which are themselves decorated with the Glashütte ribbing, all sorts of circular graining, straight graining, hand engraving on the balance cock, the swan neck regulator, the heat blued screws, and the rubies that sit on those beautiful gold chatons. Stunning movement as always. Here encapsulated in a 38.5 millimeter case. The piece comes with its winding box. The original package, so to speak, full set, as it were. Box and papers, the international guarantee stamped by Sincere Watch, which I believe is based in Singapore, although they have branches beyond or elsewhere, rather. On top of everything else that it has as signature Lange, the watch also has a zero reset function, which allows you to set the watch with precision. As you guys know, if you obsess about setting the watch down to the dots, you usually wait until you pull the crown, wait for the seconds to hit zero. In this case, you pull out the crown, the second set to zero. So that's what a zero reset mechanism means. It's pretty self-explanatory, but I just wanted to share that very quickly as well. With a matching platinum pin buckle. This is reference 310025 Alan Gunzune Langematic Perpetual at lot number 5 with a pre-auction estimate of 25 to 50,000 Swiss francs, currently being bid at 26,000 Swiss francs with more than 6 days to go. At lot number 6, we have a beautiful, beautiful brass movement, platinum chronomètre résonance by FP Journe. Brass movement pieces have a number of unique aspects, but are mostly more command a premium precisely because they are rare, that they have been discontinued, that they have been phased out with the dawn, with the advent of pink gold movements from FP Journe. The cases are also around 38 millimeters, whereas the contemporary FP Journe cases are 40 millimeters and up in certain cases. In fact, the new chronomètre résonance should be, in fact, 42, if I'm not mistaken, right? Right. It is available in 42. There's 40 and 42 now. Here's how the watch looks. The movement is rhodium plated brass rather than the current 18 karat pink gold. Bridge plates and main plates. Pretty cool. I think in 38 millimeters, it's possibly perfect. But of course, collecting being what it is, it's obviously even more expensive than it would be in any other version. I think one of the most beautiful things about um, FP Journe watches is the architecture, is the design. Obviously, as with any self-respecting watchmaker, Francois Paul Journe starts his design process with the movements. But I don't think there are enough watchmakers who are so careful with the design, with the aesthetic appeal of their movement architecture as FP Journe. Of course, you can say something similar to Recep Recepi as well, but obviously um, that is a much more niche product than an FP Journe watch, which is, of course, already quite rare. That's a beautiful box as well. A very, very old school Breguet, though I think significantly larger, which is a good thing overall. That is lot number 6 for an FP Journe chronometre Résonance from around 2004, 38 millimeter platinum case with the old school brass movements, rhodium plated brass movements, estimated value of 160,000 to 320,000 in Swiss francs, bid at 160,000 Swiss francs currently. Hey, G Gadwa, nice to see you, man. Jake Brooks says it's like the umbrellas with the RR. Hey, Corrado Galizia. Um, yes, I would say so. I mean, look, nowadays there's a great variety, right? So there are a lot of more accessible brands that make perpetual calendars. So if you're asking, for example, if the Frédéric Constant um, perpetual calendars come with a winder, I don't think so. I don't think the Habring 2, for example, Chrono Felix comes with a winding box either. But a lot of the prestige brands, if they sell you a perpetual calendar or annual calendar, it usually comes with a winding box of some sort. It used to, at least. I don't know. These things change. Sometimes they say some bullshit about sustainability and reducing packaging, just like the hotels, that refuse to change your towels and refresh your bed sheets because they're saving the environment, of course. Eh, Now we're looking at the later generation Patek Philippe perpetual calendar split second chronograph. This is the model that replaced the legendary 5004. Still one of the most collectible pieces. perhaps one of the most iconic neo-vintage timepieces, 5004. This is a 40 millimeter design that harkens back, as you can see, in terms of its case design to the 2499, of course. 40 millimeters in this case, which is quite large. This is the platinum black dial, leap year indicator, day-night indicator, moon phase indicator, which is at 6 o'clock and kind of inverted. And of course, the two centrally deployed chronograph hands with the split second function integrated onto the crown. The modern split second chronograph with the in-house movement by Patek Philippe 5204P. Oops. Speaking of which, look, I mean, this one doesn't come with a winder. Doesn't look like it. The modern Patek Philippe presentation comes with the additional solid case back if you're not interested in the business side and you just want to feel the heft, which is fair enough. See, everyone loves 5004P so much that they did that typo, even though this is a 5204. In the video, it says 5004. So this is lot number 5, a Patek Philippe 5204, the contemporary Patek Philippe perpetual calendar split seconds chronograph in platinum, 40 millimeter case with an estimated value of 120 to 240,000 Swiss francs. There is a single bid at 120,000 Swiss francs with more than 6 days to go. Lot 10 is a Panda from 2019. Not much to say about this watch, except that with the introduction of the ceramic tachymeter bezels, it has shot into the stratosphere. The Daytona itself, of course, being the first modern hype watch, it shouldn't surprise. Of course, Rolex renewed and reholds the lineup with the introduction of 126 500s all across the line. But until those pieces hit the market in earnest, these will continue to be hot. And even after the fact, they might continue to be hot because sometimes the market prefers, as you know, the new models. Sometimes collectors get stuck in the older models, which then allow them to trade with a certain premium. So who knows? But this one is here and now. The pre-auction estimate being 15,000 to 25,000 in Swiss francs, and it, the bidding already stands at 18,000 in Swiss francs for the Panda Daytona at lot 10, with more than 6 days to go. Lot number 11 is that Sartori Billard I highlighted earlier. These are fully bespoke watches. They're all created according to your specifications from scratch, with practically everything being customizable, from the material of the dial, its finish, of course, a variety of case materials to choose from. There are a couple of different movements. This is the hand wound movement with the small seconds. There's also a self winding movement. They have now an integrated bracelet sports watch, which is a little less customizable compared to the rest of the range. But again, amazing options. Blue titanium dials, hand guilloche dials, meteorite dials, semi-precious stone dials, different sectors for the hour track that you can choose to customize. So it's a really interesting genre, and to see such specific kinds of pieces to be sold on the secondary markets and also on the auction circuit is quite interesting. I think testifies also to the success of the brand. This is an SP05 in stainless steel with a two-tone titanium dial, 38.5 is the case millimeter, case diameter, and the movement is supplied by Lajoux Perret, caliber SPM 01. And it has a very fun plate, as you can see on the back, Gaudeamus igitur, which is a Latin phrase that means "let us rejoice," if I'm not mistaken. It's one of those old school drinking songs. Very, very medieval, but quite cool nonetheless. Gives you perhaps a peek into the psyche of the original owner of the watch. I think the finish of the movement is, not too bad in terms of its detail for a rather generic piece. The snailing on the ratchet wheel always being my favorite. And as you can see, it is a handsome looking watch for sure. Perhaps again a little adventurous because it's a personal watch, so it might not fit your taste. But hey, it seems that there are already more than half a dozen bids and the estimated value is 3 to 6,000 in Swiss francs, which more or less coincides to its retail price. And it started with no reserve at lot 11, so it quite quickly rose all the way up to 2,200 in Swiss francs, with more than 6 days to go yet. I'll leave you with the Kermits for a second. This is lot number 12, because I need to go get another cup of water. I am back, and we are looking at the 50th anniversary Rolex Submariner 16610LV for Lunettes Verte. That special green bezel introduced for the 50th anniversary of the model. The early models have a particular shade, the specific '50th anniversary bezels that are called the flat 4. Those are the most desirable, and those also coincide with the Y and F serials. This piece is a D serial, I believe, from 2005. So even though it has the flat 4 bezel, it's a slightly later example. Case back sticker intact, though the watch comes naked, watch only at lot number 12. The pre-auction estimates was 12,000 to 18,000 in Swiss francs. And there's already a bid at 12,000 Swiss francs for this Rolex Submariner date, the 50th anniversary model, reference 16610LV, the so-called Kermit. The modern classic 5960P a watch that enjoyed quite an interesting popularity in the steel version with the beads of rice bracelet. I think it's a beautiful combination of complications with Patek's proprietary annual calendar in conjunction with their in-house self-winding chronograph with flyback functionality. You have a single crosshair style chronograph register at 6 o'clock, which shows at its innermost the 12 hours, and then encircling that at the very outside in red, it shows the first 30 minutes, and between that and the hour counter, it also shows on its in, I think that's what, that's black. No, that's a blue mark, 30 to 60. And there's a day night indicator there through a porthole. The silver starburst dial for the platinum case, and the 3 aperture at the top of the dial around 10 o'clock the day of the week, the dates at 12, and around 2 you have the month, and a very discrete plus minus type power reserve, centrally deployed chronograph hand is in white, which makes it nice and legible. The hands are styled in the leaf shape, feuille, as they say in French, and they're also luminous. There are also luminous pips behind the obis shaped applied markers. I think this is a beautiful watch. Discontinued in the current lineup in any metal, really. There are references that follow up on it. 5961 still exists, which has a baguette diamond set bezel and an insane premium that goes with that. And of course, $59.05, which has a different case and a larger case, is what essentially replaced this model. I'm not too happy about it. I quite liked the 5960, especially in stainless steel with the white dial and the beads of rice bracelet, or in white gold. It has some very attractive examples, and even with the increased interest, I think it is still one of the decent deals when it comes to Patek Philippe on the secondary markets. This piece, of course, being from the earlier era, namely from around it has the Geneva seal. It has the hallmark of Geneva, as you can see here on the movement. Beautiful piece, introduced for the first time on the 10th anniversary of Patek's annual calendar, and really a gorgeous, gorgeous example. Here, it's just a watch and a fitted Patek presentation box at lot number 13 with a pre-auction estimate of 25,000 to 50,000 in Swiss francs, being bid at currently at 26,000 Swiss francs at lot number 13. Number 14 is Patek Philippe 5170G. The 5170 replaced the 5070. And perhaps more importantly, it's introduced the in-house movement, a hand-wound in-house chronograph movement for Patek Philippe. This is a model rendered in 18 karat white gold with a 39.5 millimeter case. With a pulsometer scale, so kind of a doctor's watch, graduated for 15 pulsations, meaning that you engage the chronograph, count the pulses of your patient, and when you reach 15, you stop, and the centrally deployed chronograph seconds will stop somewhere around here, indicating the heartbeat of your patient. Of course, classic bicompax register, running seconds at around 9, and at around 3, you have a 30-minute totalizer. Here's the CH27 hand wound in-house chronograph movement. Black polished cap on the column wheel. Lovely Côte de Genève on the chronograph bridges. And other elements with, again, that are treated with black polish, anglage, the circular graining on the base plate, all the wonderful details you would expect from a Patek Philippe movement. This is lot number 14, which comes with its box, papers, product literature, leather wallet, outer packaging. So more or less a full package with a pre-auction estimate of 30,000 to 70,000 in Swiss francs. The piece is currently being bid at 30,000 Swiss francs. That was lot number 14. Jake Brooks, thank you so much. $9.99. Jake Brooks is also a member of the channel. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Lot number 47 is at the minimum range. It will be interesting to see what this beauty on leather fetches when the checkered flag comes out. Let's see. Speaking of checkered flag, oh my God, that Tag Heuer, Monaco, Rattrapante, part of the Only watch. It's mind blowing. I mean, the way they executed this thing, the open work dial with the registers suspended on those titanium bridges, the bridge plates on the back have a checkered flag finish. Stunning. The rotor has uh, a subtle detail that is a tip of the hat to the rainbow theme, but it remains very discreet. The sapphire crystal they used as the exhibition case back is amazing. I mean, the whole back of the case is a sapphire crystal, so you get like a 260-degree view of the movement from the back. Everything is done just right. I mean, incredible piece. Incredible piece. And they would do a great injustice to the end customer if they don't come up with some version of that split second Monaco in the lineup. Oh, that's very cool. This is lot number 47. This is, of course, a dial combination that they sometimes like calling the modern Paul Newman, pre-Oyster Flex, so to speak, right? So this one is presented on a leather band with those fixed end links for the yellow gold case from around 2005. Black dial, gold chronograph registers, and a green seconds track on the periphery, which is complemented by, did I say green? Red seconds track on the periphery, which is complemented by the centrally deployed red arrow-styled chronograph seconds hand. The case seems to be in a great shape largely. Is that a dent? I'm not sure. It may or may not be. I don't think it is, but something to keep in mind. Here it is suspended on its presentation box. The paper. Oh, it's bought from what? Bukhara. Nice. And the pre-auction estimate was 15 to 30,000, standing currently at 15,000. I love it. I mean, look, honestly, it will probably not stay there for too long. You know, it's a Philips auction, so there is going to be a lot of eyes on it. There's going to be a lot of bids on it. So ultimately, I'm sure it's going to really force and perhaps break the ceiling of that pre-auction estimate. But you know, we talk behind the scenes too, Jake, and you know how this is one of my favorite genres, and there are some great deals, especially when It's on the leather band and it has like one of those so-called racing dials. This is a more popular dial and case combination, so that will have a certain premium as well, even without thinking about this being a Philips auction. But otherwise, I mean, it's a stunning watch. There are not many arguments that anyone can present against it. The condition of the case seems impeccable. Maybe there's a dent here. I'm not too sure. I'm sure they would respond to you quite quickly if you ask that. You know, is that a reflection? Is that a dent? I feel like it's a reflection um, of this instrument here, but better safe than sorry. As much as I like the Oyster Flex, I think this is a very cool genre for the Daytona. I wish there were at least the option. And I think this is a great dial combination, honestly. It's one of my absolute favorites. But yeah, you know, this going for around $40,000 is one thing, and you know, 25 to 30,000 on the secondary market is another thing. If and when it hits um, that range, I think it's the kind of watch that you would rather stay patient and chase on the secondary market than go after in an auction. That's my final say on it, so to speak. Speaking of Daytonas, here's one on a matching oyster bracelet in white gold, 116509. Has one of those strangely unpopular, when if you ask me, racing dials with the oversized Arabic numerals that are radially placed on the hour track, a pavé diamond dial that looks gorgeous, if you ask me, in a white gold case. I know some people can barely stomach diamond indices or diamonds on the bezel. So this is certainly not a watch for everyone, but I think it just looks cool. There's something about you know, bejeweled Daytona. It just dazzles, so to speak. And this is a great example. You know, you get the full sets in addition to the removed links and everything. Lot 18 is a full set, white gold with the diamond pavé racing dial with those oversized Arabic numerals. I think the numerals as well as the hands are filled with black enamel and are not luminous. And this piece comes from around 2014. Has an estimate of 30 to 60,000 in Swiss francs, and lot number 18 has thus far not attracted any bids. So could be one to watch. At lot 20, there is the Saru. This is the white gold GMT Master 2, 116759. What I never understood is the green writing for GMT Master 2 on the dial, but I am actually a big fan of the bezel on this one too, even though diamond encrusted lugs and crown guards kind of put me off, even me. But the sapphires and rubies, which in their combination kind of replace the Pepsi bezel, are complemented with with the diamonds, which of course replace the 10 markers for every 10 minutes, and a triangular cut, which replaces the arrow. Rolex's classic dual time watch with a recent international service card, which includes the warranty as well. Hey, RT, how are you doing, man? Nice to see you here. We're looking at the Philips Watches Online auction based in Geneva that started earlier today, and it'll continue until September 15th. So we're looking at some watches from there, as always, learning as we go, talking about some of the interesting details. This one again comes with a recent Rolex service dated April 25th, 2023, actually. So just a few months back, which is good since the watch is originally from 2009. And here's a little video of it. I like the fact that they started including these videos, no matter how generic. The pre-auction estimate is 50 to 100,000 so far. This Saru GMT Master 2 at lot 20 has not attracted any bids. Again, I'm skipping over quite a bit. If you want me to take a look at any of these for you, feel free to send in the lot number with a super chat, and I would be more than happy to take a look at it for you. Lot number 26 is one of my favorites when it comes to modern reversos that belonged to the Tribute to 1931 series. This is a special edition that they simply called Rouge, um, for its red lacquered dial. The piece is rendered in the Grantai case that was introduced in the 60th anniversary of the model in 1991. 27 by 46 millimeters, roughly. This was um, revealed at the opening of the new JLC boutique in Milan. A beautiful crimson red dial. A little different, also, of course, than the current model they have in the lineup. Not only because it's ultra thin, but also because it has a red lacquered dial rather than the red sunburst that is part of the tribute to 1931 models now. The ultra thin models are only 7.2 millimeters thick. Here it is in a beautiful stainless steel case. Again, it's a limited edition, not a numbered edition. Um, but let me double check. Maybe we'll be able to find a number that goes with that. My guess is probably one of 100 or so. But I'm not sure if I will be able to find the exact detail in a timely manner. Lot number 26 for the Édition Spéciale Rouge Reverso Grantai Ultra Thin Tribute to 1931 from 2016. The pre-auction estimate was 7 to 14,000 in Swiss francs. With more than 6 days to go, lot 26 is currently being bid at 7,000 Swiss francs. The Octofinissimo celebrated its 10th anniversary. As you probably know, it derives from an original design by Gérald Jantin, but in a nicely reiterated and refreshed take by Fabrizio Buonamassa Stigliani, who is still working with Bulgari. So this 200-piece limited model in the classic titanium integrated fashion was presented for the 10th anniversary. Of course, it has the BVL 138 ultra thin micro rotor movements with the platinum bidirectionally winding micro rotor. And and it has a very special dial that celebrates Bonamassa Stigliani's original conception, since it renders the design as a sketch, not necessarily for my taste, but I think it's an interesting tribute. When it comes to the watch, I really love it. I think it's a very beautiful sculptural, almost architectural design with all different layers, all the interplay between various geometrical shapes, especially the octagon and the circle, um, both of which were, of course, absolute favorites for Gerard Janta. So this piece, surprisingly, being derived from a Gerard Janta design, ends up being perhaps one of the more original designs in the genre, um, along with, say, Alan Gonzunez, Odysseus. Lot number 25 for this 10th anniversary edition of the Octo Finissimo. One of 200. Pre-auction estimate was 8,000 to 16,000 in Swiss francs. This ultra slim titanium integrated bracelet watch is currently being bid at 9,000 Swiss francs at lot 25. Lot number 28 is A. Lange und Söhne's classic piece, the Zeitwerk. The analog watch with a digital display, as sometimes they like to put it. Perhaps along with the Odysseus we were talking, with its double 2-digit display, it might be one of the most faithful tributes to that inspirational element from Lange's history, namely the stage clock from the Dresden Opera House that the brand's ancestors have built. A 5-minute clock that adorns the stage. Overall, with that combination of an almost antiquated technology and a very power-hungry complication at that, with a sort of futuristic look, the signature time bridge that is bolted on the dial that carries both the hour and minutes display as well as the oversized continuous running seconds. That is counterbalanced at around 12 o'clock, of course, with a power reserve up and down, up and auf, and also some nice strategic use of the script, which is one of Lange's fortes. Here's a beautiful movement with unique details that you don't see in a lot of other Alan Gonzune movements. Of course, they pride themselves on showing the same attention and care to each and every one of their movements, but of course, the architecture of The movement for the Zeitwerk is quite unique, 42 millimeter in diameter. That's the pink gold case. The watch is presented on a leather strap and with a matching 18 karat pink gold buckle. This is a full set. Again, the caliber 0431 L0431. And this early example, which is quite unique because the early examples of the pink gold cases were in fact fully polished rather than later versions and other metal variants, which has a brushed case band, I meant to say. Quite a beautiful and horologically impressive piece, unique to Lange, and Lange through and through. Lot number 28, an early example of the Zeitwerk in pink gold. Pre-auction estimate was 30 to 60,000 in Swiss francs, and the piece is currently being bid at 32,000 in Swiss francs. $39.70, one of my all-time favorites. As you guys know, it was a favorite at one time of Eric Clapton too, even though he eventually phased them out of his collection. Here in a yellow gold rendition with the opaline white dial, classic look, 36 millimeter case with the downturned and stepped lugs. Stunning, supple, elegant, built on the classic Lemania CH27 base, rendered in the Geneva style, carrying the hallmark as well. Matched with a classic Patek Philippe tang buckle. This particular example, at lot 31, is from 1995 and comes with an archival extract which confirms its production and the subsequent sale on August 8th, 1996. Of course, 3970 has been discontinued now for as long as it has been produced, for about 19 years. And it's one of those neo-vintage classics that's within the world of Patek Philippe perpetual calendar chronographs still represents an interesting entry. This is from the third series with the sapphire caseback, baton hands, and lapidated indices. Lots number 31 is 3970J, a Patek Philippe perpetual calendar chronograph in yellow gold, 36 millimeter case. Pre-auction estimate was 50,000 to 100,000 in Swiss francs, and the watch is currently being bid at 50,000 Swiss francs. Right next to it is one of my favorites, one of Swiss's favorites as well. Beautiful cushion-shaped case with stepped Art Deco style lugs, a hand guilloche dial that is produced out of a gold blank with a retrograde minute scale and an aperture at the traditional 12 o'clock for the jumping hour display. The retrograde minute hand is in the alpha style, and the guilloche pattern is also fitting with the Art Deco styling of the watch, is designed like sun rays, designed in the manner of a sun ray pattern that emanates from under that minute hand. This was a limited edition, the Saltarello, which actually comes from that traditional, skip and hop style dance from its Italian name. So quite a cute moniker there for a jump hour watch. It was made in 500 examples in total, 100 pieces in yellow gold, 200 in pink gold, and 200 in white gold, which is the present example. Built on the caliber 1120, a derivation of the JLC 920. Which allows this watch to be beautifully slender and nicely wearable. Only 8.6 millimeters thick. Look at that beautiful skeletonized rotor with hand engraved details that put the Maltese cross in sharp relief. And the case is 36 millimeters in diameter, 43.1 measurement lug to lug. The watch, the lot comes with the watch and an extract from the Vacheron Constantin archives, confirming the production of the watch in 1999. Of course, the movement carries the Geneva hallmark as well, in addition to its great provenance. That is also a lovely detail. This is lot number 32, Vacheron Constantin reference 43041, the Saltarello in white gold, one of only 200 examples. The watch has not yet attracted any bids, but the estimated value stands at 15,000 to 30,000 in Swiss francs. Thomas, welcome back. I haven't seen you for a while. I missed you, man. How are you doing? Yes, 3970 was replaced by 5970, which is the last generation of Patek Philippe perpetual calendars that were built on the base of the Lemania 2310 or CH27. Um, the current version is, of course, 5270. That is the caliber CH29 535 PSQ. Lot 33 is the De Bethune DB28, the yellow submarine. Now, this is a pretty unique piece, not in the sense that it's one of a kind, but quite rare within the already rarefied realm of De Bethune watches. The case is a mix of black zirconium and yellow titanium elements. Exposed balance wheel, of course, there at 6 o'clock. The piece has also an kind of on-demand lighting system, right, where you kind of like a cheap Casio watch, you actually have a button that lights the screen, which, by the way, requires no battery, is powered by its own system. Those yellow parts are not gold, again, yellow titanium. Through the proprietary process of De Bethune, just like they have their way of bluing their titanium, they have a way of yellowing it as well. Of course, the DB28 has those pierced lugs with ogival or ogival endings, kind of bullet-shaped endings. And this piece also has the floating lugs system, which allows the design to wrap your wrist when you strap it on. A beautiful piece. You know, I like to say that De Bethune for me is where science fiction meets classic watchmaking. You can say Star Trek meets Breguet, or science fiction meets Breguet. G. Gadwa, for example, says it's the Star Trek watch. I respect that. And R.T. Lange, the 5270p is so sweet on the wrist. Platinum, man, platinum watches of a certain caliber, you know, even when they're just dress watches on a leather strap, it's a beautiful feeling. I mean, it's an incredible heft placed on your wrist. And this is a beautiful piece. They're 44 millimeter, these DB28s, but trust me, I mean, with the floating lugs, these also sit wonderfully in the wrist, you know, with these pivots at 3 and 9 o'clock, where, you know, the lugs just sit, kind of wrap around your wrist in a wonderful way. This comes with an extra rubber strap. as well as an additional canvas strap as well, in addition to the canvas strap on which it is presented. Its certificate of origin, which dates back to August 24th, 2021. Travel case, fitted presentation box, product literature, the delta shaped bridge, of course, that is, and the exposed balance wheel are the signature elements that also give the watch that science fiction feel. The Yellow Submarine was a 25-piece limited edition. This happens to be number 15 at lot 33. You see, that's the light system. And as you can see, I mean, this I think is a great lesson, because look how big it looks on, what happened there? Look how big it looks in the presenter's hand, but he'll put it on his wrist and suddenly it almost shrinks. I mean, it's just the floating lug design is quite amazing. Again, it's a big watch. Don't take me wrong. I'm not trying to say it's actually small, but it's way smaller than an average 44 millimeter watch would wear. The pre-auction estimate for this piece at lot 33 was 50,000 to 100,000 in Swiss francs. And with more than 6 days to go, the bidding currently stands at 65,000 Swiss francs. Hey, Jay Gray and Fries. Fries, welcome back to Brussels. Get some good fries in your system. I ended up skipping some nice stuff. The Chaikin Louis Erard collaboration at 29, one of 178 pieces. This is the smaller case, if I'm not mistaken, with the purple detail in 39 millimeters. The list price was 4,000 in Swiss francs, which was a decent deal for a Konstantin Chaikin piece. I know Chaikin gets, for whatever reason, a lot of hate for these pieces, for his Wrist Monster series that originated with the Joker. Honestly, I mean, it was never meant to be a hype watch. It was just something little, in 2017 that he introduced in Baselworld, and I'm sure he wasn't expecting even that run to sell, but suddenly it became something that took over his entire manufacturer. Basically, he had to expand and do something else. And I don't think anyone should resent a watchmaker from for eating from his profession. This piece is, of course, built on one of the regulator movements that Louis Erard uses conspicuously. Sorry about that, guys. There was a lot of noise in the background. Yes, so this retailed for 4,000 Swiss francs when it came out just a few months ago. There was a 39 millimeter version and a 42 millimeter version, which had green details, which had a green minute track. The Time Eater Cyclops, off-center dial for the hours, minutes by the central hand, and buzzsaw styled mouth, one of 178 pieces with a pre-auction estimate of 2,500 to 5,000. Started with no reserve at lots 29, but is already up to 1,800 Swiss francs with more than 6 days to go. There's an Octa Lune with the brass movement, as you can see, in a 38 millimeter platinum case with the classic FP Journe off-center dial bolted on the white gold base. Big date display at 11 o'clock in relation to that main dial. Of course, small seconds. Power reserve, 5 days, which at the time was when FP Journe introduced these movements, was a world record. Of course, 5 days at chronometric precision. They can last a little longer. And since this is an early example, we have a rhodium plated brass movement with Côte de Genève circulaire, the circular Geneva striping on the bridge plates, complemented by 22 carats off-center rotor with a beautiful barley corn finish. Stunning watch. Again, old school 38 millimeter platinum case, and the brass movement for this FP Journe Octa Lune at lot number 30. The piece has not yet attracted any offers, and the pre-auction estimate is 70,000 to 140,000 in Swiss francs. Okay, we have about an hour. So if you have any special requests, try to get them in. If anything else remains, if I can't finish the 65 lots, I might go back to it tomorrow. But we'll see. If you want anything more urgent, please feel free to send in the lot number. I'd be more than happy to talk about the watch at some length for you. This piece was a limited edition in collaboration with the Revolution and the Rake magazines and Laurent Ferrier, using the classic origin case. And the hand wound movements, gilt finished, gilt frosted finished movements, a 12-piece stainless steel watch in high polish, kind of a champagne tinted sector dial, stylized numerals at 3, 9, and 12, and a small seconds display at 6, railroad track 4 minutes, and the brand's signature Assegai handsets. Very cool piece with the oversized onion crown. Full sets, 1 of 12, number 6 out of 12, in fact, for this collaboration between Laurent Ferrier and the Revolution and the Rake magazines. Lot number 34. The piece has an estimate between 25,000 to 50,000 in Swiss francs. And with more than 6 days to go, the piece did not yet attract any bids, but there's, as I mentioned, still quite some time to go. Lot 39 is Vacheron Constantin overseas chronograph with the blue dial, reference 5500V, self-winding chronograph, 42.5 millimeter case. The piece has all the visual elements, high horological treatments to the movements, complemented with the compass rose design of the partially skeletonized full gold rotor, and of course the same modularity again that allows the wearer to easily flip back and forth between different kinds of bracelet and strap options. Integrated bracelets, the rubber band, as well as the alligator strap. This is lot number 39 with a pre-auction estimate of 15,000 to 30,000 in Swiss francs. The Vacheron Constantin overseas chronograph from the most recent generation at lot 39 is currently being bid at 17,000 Swiss francs. Lot number 42 is another Langematic perpetual. This piece just comes with the papers and product literature. As you can see, the updated version of the Langematic perpetual did away with the corrector, which actually caused a little bit of a problem with the unconscious and unintended use of that corrector pusher, since a lot of these early models were presented with déployant clasps. People used to put them on the side, and that would sometimes engage the corrector at the wrong moments. That's why it was eliminated. Again, the Langematic, the Saxomat movement with the off-center rotor or with the oversized micro rotor in gold with the additional platinum weight. This is the pink gold version of the Langematic perpetual with a silvered opaline white dial. The pre-auction estimate for the piece was between 20,000 to 40,000 in Swiss francs. And the current bid, the first and so far the single bid, is at 20,000 Swiss francs for lot number 42. We're looking this time at chronomètre résonance with a pink gold movement around 2006, I believe. The piece has also a pink gold dial, which has that salmon tint to it. Second generation Résonance, sometimes called RN, for Résonance Nouveau, 40 millimeter case with the base plates, with the main plates, base plate and bridge plates of the movement executed in 18 karat pink gold. Quite an achievement, of course, because the original concept dating back to the 18th century, Breguet was able to realize resonance in pocket watches that were larger than 60 millimeters in diameter. So for François Bourgeon to implement the same concept with in a 38 millimeter wristwatch, 40, and also the 42 option now is quite impressive. The movement basically has two separate gear trains, two independent balances that are placed in close proximity so that they naturally even out each other's diversions or divergences rather over time. An interesting concept for regulation that's of course can be understood as either again an aspiration towards precision or an interesting kind of magic trick. In both cases it's quite impressive and stunningly beautiful. Here of course you have the pink gold case, the pink gold dial, pink gold movements, pretty cohesive, a very stunning piece. Beautiful design, beautiful architecture. And that's lot 43 for an FP Journe chronomètre résonance from the second generation from around 2006, 40 millimeters in pink gold dial, pink gold movement. The estimated value is 100,000 to 200,000 Swiss francs, and the sole bid currently is 100,000 Swiss francs on with about 6 days to go. Lot 45 is the 116515 LN. This is the pink gold Daytona on Oyster Flex. Black dial, pink gold chronograph registers, framed in pink gold rings, black outer rings, and complemented with the ceramic bezel. The case looks good as new, with all the hallmarks crisp and intact. From 2020, this piece at lot 45 had an estimated value of 25 to 50,000 in Swiss francs and is currently being bid at 26,000. Of course, all of these series have now been discontinued and replaced with the 60th anniversary models, or rather with the models that were introduced on the 60th anniversary of the design of the model. We looked at number 47, at number 46, a slow burner 116508, which John Mayer highlighted in that famous second installment of his Talking Watches with Ben Clymer of Hodinkee, placing this next to 116509, the white gold version with the blue sunburst style. He predicted that these will finally emerge from the shadows from 116500 LN, the stainless steel pieces with the ceramic bezel, which, of course, were incredibly popular when they came out, to the point that they literally drowned everything else. The piece has a green somber style, which somehow makes sense for a Rolex watch. The combination of green and gold seems to be unmistakable. Of course, the unmistakable coronet is at 12 o'clock. There are also red accents in the form of the inner red rings that frame the recessed centers of those chronograph registers. The chronograph registers themselves are framed by gold rings. It all seems like a foregone conclusion that this watch would be hyped up, but that was really not the case before John Mayer intervened. But of course, already then, there was an increased interest in precious metal Rolex watches, which have not necessarily been traditionally popular, but were becoming increasingly popular. This is a piece from 2020, comes as a full set, and here is quick video view of the watch that is provided by Philips right there on the lot. 40,000 to 80,000 in Swiss francs was the pre-auction estimates. The piece is currently already at $50,000 with more than 6 days to go at lot 46. Lot 52 is the Nautilus Perpetual Calendar. Let's take a look. In many ways, this is the top of the line Nautilus. I think it was introduced in 2018 in Basel World, and it was an application piece. Took about 3 years, I think, for most people for it to be delivered. Stunning piece, 40 millimeters in white gold in diameter, ultra thin perpetual calendar, caliber 240Q. The micro rotor movements in the white gold case, 8.42 millimeters, which is even slimmer than the 5712. That, of course, iconic blue dial. They have the ridges, as does Ruffles, as you guys know. Pointer date at 6, which envelops the aperture for the moon phase display. At 3 o'clock, you have the months, which encircles the leap year indicator. And at 9 o'clock, and those two subdials are both slightly recessed. You have at 9 the day of the week and a micro hand for the 24 hours. So a day-night indicator. Here's the full set, as you can see. And here is a look at that beautiful micro rotor movements with the 22 carats gold micro rotor embossed with the Calatrava cross that is given a similar Côte de Genève finish to all the bridges of the movement. The 5740 line 1G, the white gold Nautilus with the ultra thin perpetual calendar movements, slimmer than even the 5712 at 8.42 millimeters. The pre-auction estimate was 120,000 to 240,000 in Swiss francs. The watch is currently being bid at 130,000 in Swiss francs. Lot 53 is the Vacheron Constantin overseas in pink gold with that ink blue dial, time and date on the integrated bracelets. Of course, the modularity is present here too. So you do get all those options that you do with the stainless steel as well. Here, you in fact get all the bracelet options, all the strap options rather, with their matching buckles. And I believe actually a full déployant clasp for one of the rubber bands too, which you can of course use on all of them. Chocolate brown, blue, and of course a blue alligator as well. Before he became a Breitling ambassador, Erling Haaland, Erling Haaland used to wear one of these. Fascinating, fascinating stuff. Here's the movements. Hallmark of Geneva on the case. And the movement, of course. With the 22 karat gold rotor. At lot 53, this piece had an estimated value of 25,000 to 50,000 in Swiss francs. The bidding currently stands at 30,000 in Swiss francs for lot 53, Vacheron Constantin Overseas 4500 V in pink gold with the ink blue dial. Last 30 minutes, guys. So if you have any special requests, feel free to send them in. If you have any questions, please feel free to send them in. We're looking at 54, which is a classic FB Jaune chronomètre Sauvron in a 40 millimeter platinum case with the white dial. Guilloche at the center, power reserve indicator at 3, and an off-center small seconds sub-dial at 7:30. Blued hands, beautifully legible against the opaline white dial. Both the minutes and the seconds on the subdial have, uh, pardon me, railroad track style sector. The piece is, of course, presented as a full set, bought last year from the FP Jean boutique in Paris. And here's the classic movements. The caliber 1304, rendered largely in 18 karat pink gold. Lot 54 for the chronomètre Sovran had a pre-auction estimate between 30 to 60,000 in Swiss francs, and it is currently being bid at 35,000 Swiss francs for lot 54 FP Jean chronomètre Sovran. Let's go from back a little bit. Lot 62 is again a very desirable version of the Nautilus. This is the 5980 line 1A in stainless steel. This is the self-winding chronograph with the flyback functionality. What makes it desirable, in addition to this complication, this particular function, is also its heft, its size, 43.5 millimeters in diameter. This is also 12.2 millimeters thick. So even though it has all the larger aesthetic outlines of the broader aesthetic outlines of the classic Gérard Janta design, it wears much, much larger than the average Nautilus. So it has a particular appeal for those who desire that aesthetic, but in a much bigger case. The classic ridged dial, here in a kind of silver sunburst finish. Just like the 5960s chronograph aspect, it has that single crosshair slash bullseye style register at 6 o'clock, oversized, that incorporates both an hour counter at its innermost and a full 60-minute totalizer. There's a date window framed at 3 o'clock as well. The piece has an estimated value of 40,000 to 80,000 Swiss francs and is being currently bid at 65,000 at lot 62. Yeah, sorry guys. I mean, that kind of stuff tires me a lot, as you can imagine. It's hurtful every time that it comes, and it never gets old. And, the point is, the more successful this channel becomes, the more subscribers I get, the more viciously other channels attack this channel and send these kinds of trolls. So expect it to come more and more. I'm grateful for your support. I'm not going anywhere, but this kind of behavior is always disappointing. And the thing that makes me mad and sad is that I know they would never be able to say these things to my face. Um, but I urge them to please try. I'm out and about. I was at the Only Watch auction preview. I'll be on September 22 in South Coast Plaza, enjoying the watch time festivities. And a lot of people, who come positively for the most part, know how to recognize me, know I'm out there. I want these people to come and say hi as well, because I would really like to get to know them very closely. I think I think we can find a way out of this problematic if that happens. That's all I will say without breaking the TOS. Speaking of breaking, this is lot 61. I think this happens to be actually one of my favorite perpetual calendars by Patek Philippe, the 5059, here in 36 millimeter pink gold case. I love the officer style rendition, both with the styling of the lugs that are um, screw through, but also the officer case implies in this particular instance a hinged case back as well, which serves to both enclose and display this self-winding perpetual calendar movement with a full rotor. Matched with a deployant style clasp that carries the Calatrava cross, of course, in the same 18 carats pink gold, beautiful opaline white dial. This piece, as I mentioned, is of course a perpetual calendar with beautiful leaf styled hands, sweep center seconds hand, an aperture at 6 o'clock for the moon phase indicator, Roman numerals. At 3 o'clock, you have the opening for the month. At 9 o'clock, an opening for a wicket for the day. At 12 o'clock, you actually have the leap year indicator, and in the form of a downward facing crescent at the center of the dial, you have a scale, you have a sector for the date, which is indicated with a retrograde hand, meaning that that hand will snap back to 1 at the beginning of each month. I know, but I would really love them to test me one day. I would really love them to test me one day. It would make my day. Lot 61, an absolute favorite. Again, this is right from 1999. Again, a neo vintage classic, 5059. The Patek Perpetual Calendar in the officer styled case, here in pink gold, 36 millimeters in diameter. And the piece actually comes with an archival extracts and a leather bifold wallet and product literature as well. Produced only for 8 short years. I guess the styling wasn't particularly popular, but it's very elegant. It's very conservative in a way, traditionally beautiful, and quite an acquired taste for a new vintage timepiece, but all the more attractive for that. Pre-auction estimate is 20,000 to 30,000 in Swiss francs. Lot 61 already has a bid at 20,000 Swiss francs. JD, thank you so much. Thank you. Let me be frank and honest. I would love that too. I would love that too. You know, sanctioned violence. That's what we want. You know, we don't want anything want on. We don't want to, do anything unprofessional. But let's do a boxing match for charity. That would be beautiful. That'd be beautiful. We could raise some money, right? With what is with his 90,000 subs or whatever it is. But who is counting? You know, when you buy them, it can be anything. It can be 90, it can be 150, it can be a million if you want. You know, buying subs, it's easy. It's easy. Lot 60, I think that's, that would be the killer for any real public event involving that particular individual beyond his allegedly criminal past. It would expose, not only as a person, but as an internet personality, it would expose how fake he is, right? If you involve actually the number of supporters that he supposedly has in terms of followers on either platform, Instagram, YouTube, and whatever else, all of those people would have to somehow support that public event, right? If there's anything real in that case. And you will see how little that community would actually be, because most of his supporters are bought, and they're bots. So it's funny. It's funny how that works. Speaking of 3970 and 5970, I have already mentioned 5270 is the modern replacement, the contemporary replacement for the Patek Philippe Perpetual Calendar, with spider-styled lugs, and I think unbelievably attractive part of the design. Case is a little too large for my liking, but would please probably a lot of modern collectors at 41 millimeters of diameter. Beautiful, beautiful design. The two chronograph registers, roughly between 3 and 4, 8 and 9 o'clock. You have the pointer dates at 6 o'clock, which encircles the aperture for the moon phase. The two wickets at 12 o'clock show the day of the week and the month. The dial fixtures are blackened against a silvered background. Applied baton indices and leaf-shaped hands. between 4 and 5 o'clock and 7 and 8 o'clock are two porthole style openings that respectively show the leap year, indicate the leap year, and day and night. This is the 5270G, so it is a white gold piece. Here's the in-house movements, the CH29535 PSQ. This particular example comes as a full set, as you can see, box papers, the additional solid case back, the pin pusher, and of course the 18 karat white gold deployant clasp, which matches the case. And here is a little bit of the visuals. Yeah, again, it's just the series is such a tough act to follow. It's not like I don't like 5270. Again, a minor misspelling there, but compared to the 3970, which is one of my favorites when it comes to this, the 5059 we were just looking at, even the 5970, I just prefer those a little bit more. Otherwise, it's just it's a great Patek Philippe perpetual calendar chronograph. I mean, you know, what is there to complain about? Number 59, again, these extra jumbo Patek Philippe Aquanauts in white gold, both in this blue and khaki green rendition, have been extremely popular. Not only because of the unique colors matched with that pseudo integrated rubber band design, they also have the larger cases at 42.2 millimeters. Of course, from stainless steel to white gold, that transition adds a little bit more heft too, which makes the 5168Gs a kind of fan favorites, a favorite of many contemporary collectors. Here's an example in blue at lot 59. And again, the market may have crashed. The excessive premiums may have uh, melted away somewhat, but that doesn't make these watches uh, least attractive for that. That doesn't mean they are dropping anywhere near list price yet. But things have been calming down quite a bit. This piece, which comes as a full set from February 2020, at lot 59, 5168G with the blue dial, has a pre-auction estimates between 50,000 to 100,000 Swiss francs. With more than 6 days to go, the current bid is $60,000. Sorry, 60,000 Swiss francs. What am I talking about? By the way, I really appreciate your support and presence. Please hit the like button. My channel is very small and it does depend on those minimal interactions, on those genuine engagements. Every little bit helps. Even if it's just clicking the like button, uh, spreading the word, sharing, sharing an Instagram post on your story, sharing one of the shorter videos with your friends or a fellow collector, those things help enormously. So if you could do that for me, I would appreciate it. Of course, any contributions, I'm eternally grateful as well because, again, I'm a lone wolf. I work on my own. Um, I don't have any sponsors or supports, just my friends at Steel Buffalo Motors. I hope you like those shows, who graciously open the bike shop to me for those 2 hours every Sunday. We'll have a beautiful conversation again with a special guest yet to be announced. I'm finalizing the details, but that is now a Sunday thing. And I'm working on two more locations, in fact, um, for different days of the week. So once I get one more of these locations in the mix, I think it's going to be a lot of fun. And of course, we'll still have 4 or 5 shows every week just dedicated to watches. In those conversations, we talk a lot of times beyond watches. It is about um, kind of manly wisdom. It is about becoming a man, thriving as a man, about realizing the American dream. Um, just a nice, friendly conversation, smoking cigars together. Um, but hopefully, those segments will increase in time because I think it is really important as a complement to everything else that I try to do on this channel. Um, all right, the 5711 with the white dial. Of course, the piece got discontinued and more recently replaced by the 5811. Um, but the white dial was already discontinued in 2019. The polar white um, with the blackened dial fixtures was kind of a sleeper alongside the classic blue for quite some time. Not necessarily uh, the purist's choice, but again, it was one of those slow burners because I think it's an interesting aesthetic. I can certainly see it even in the same collection with another 5711 with the classic ridged black and blue dial. This is an example from 2016 with the caliber 324C, self-winding with the full rotor. Here as a full set. At lot 58 with a pre-auction estimates between 40,000 to 80,000 in Swiss francs. The piece already trends at 60,000 Swiss francs with more than 6 days to go until closing. All right, the last couple of watches. Again, if you would if you want to squeeze in a super chat simply to contribute or ask a question, feel free to do that. There are, of course, a number of different ways to contribute. Those links are now pinned in the chat. They are in the video description, and I am gonna introduce it to the crawling ticker now. I really appreciate you. These are going to be the last couple of pieces that I will discuss before closing tonight. We discussed how popular the 5980 Line 1A was, the stainless steel version of this watch on the integrated bracelets. Here is the pink gold version with the gradient brown dial on the leather strap. Pink gold case is, of course, matched with a déployant clasp. The Crosshair style single chronograph register that is at once a 12-hour counter and a 60-minute totalizer, and with the date window framed at 3 o'clock. The self-winding chronograph with the flyback function, this time in pink gold. Again, the enlarged case is also at 12.2 millimeters in thickness, is quite a presence on the wrist, which makes the 5980 all the more attractive to many collectors who like the aesthetic of the Nautilus, but simply want or need a bigger watch. This piece is also a full set from 2015. Originally released in 2010. Built again on the in-house self-winding chronograph with flyback functionality CH28-520C. At lot 56, the estimated value of this watch is 40,000 to 80,000 in Swiss francs. The piece is currently being bid at 42,000. All right, last but not least, please hit the like button on your way out. If you're taking off, we are looking at a beautiful day date with a wooden dial. This is the Rolex day date reference 18078. Of course, 18 karat yellow gold from late 70s with the bark finish on the center links as well as the bezel. Day dates on the presidential bracelet, of course. One of the most enticing things about the day dates is the remarkable variety of configurations, the panoply of exotic dial variations. And here is one that's not coming back anytime soon. A root wood dial with a lovely natural pattern and a tobacco brown color. Of course, as with the semi-precious stone dials, the wood dials have a natural singularity, right? No two sections, no two examples will be exactly the same. So you get that extra rarity, in addition to how rarefied the category already is. The bark finish on the bezel and the center links, I admit, is an acquired taste, and it's a taste that I'm yet to acquire. So that's a little bit of a turn off for me. Um, but the classic day dates with the English days, and here the remarkable rootwood dial, the kind of thing that you could otherwise only see on a watch box when you are, um, or a presentation box for a watch when it comes to the horological world. Um, in a day dates, you might find such a stunning piece or example. And the great thing about this particular piece is that it comes, speaking of wooden presentation boxes, it actually comes on a classic fitted presidential presentation box, and otherwise also a full set of the punched guarantee card that dates back to September 14th, 1981, from Marie Leitner Innsbruck, from Austria. Service papers, product literature, the calendar cards, the green document holder, hang tag, and even the outer packaging, in addition to that beautiful wooden presentation box. The pre-auction estimate for this particular piece was 20 to 40,000 Swiss francs. And before the first day of bidding ended, there's already a bid on it, and that stands at 20,000 Swiss francs. Rick Foss, thank you so much. 100 Norwegian crowns challenge. Find reference number on that Patek World Time minute repeater with markings for both Oslo and Iceland. Must be a very few of them. Perfect grail for a Scandinavian man. All right, let's see. Mm, yeah, that's a nice challenge. I will find it. Because the world time minute repeater, the 5531, was discontinued, and then it came back with a different Clausenet dial. Let me see. Mm, wow, you got me stumped, man. Let's see. And when it comes to Iceland, I guess it's Reykjavik. Man, I'm coming up blank. I'm trying my best. Is this a watch that uh, you have seen um, before? Is this a watch you have heard? Are you just testing me, or like I mean by that, do you know what it is yourself in terms of the reference number? Hmm. Oh. Can I take this as homework because I'm drawing blank wherever I go. I mean, I'm familiar with 5531R, but the versions of it that I know, or even 51, even 5131G, but the versions of it I find don't have Oslo or Reykjavik for that matter. Okay, no, I don't doubt if it's a real watch. I'm just wondering, did you see it? Were you just testing me? Did you come across it online? Do you have any other hints? But the most recent combination of those two complications for Patek Philippe, namely world time and minute repeater, are in 5531. There have been a few different editions. There has been like a special New York edition, for example, with a New York skyline. They just introduced, I think, a new version of it in the Tokyo exhibition they just had this year. Um, they have discontinued one more recently. There was a white gold version. I wonder if that was just made for a special customer, because I really think, with all the rhetoric they have with Patek Philippe, that they don't do any special orders. I think for a certain segment of the customer, at least, you know, some years back, they used to do these things. Oof. Yeah, can't find anything. I cannot find anything. Yeah, here, for example, is the New York edition. Hmm. Do you remember at all what kind of page you were looking at? If it's as recent as yesterday, maybe we can find a little bit more of an hint. And this is the New York edition with the skyline as part of the Clausonet enamel dial. Of course, the piece combines the famous world time complication and look uh, with the warmth of a chiming watch in a pink gold case with Patek's speciality. No, no, you weren't interrupting the show at all, Rick, because I was about to close. So it was a great challenge, actually, right at the end. Um, yeah, look, the whole concept is amazing, right? You combining a Patek Philippe World Time with, with minute repeater, basically two prestige complications in one. It's great. It's like, I feel like I love the combination of the world time with the chronograph that's, um, that was available in 5930G. I know there's now the 5935A in the lineup that is similar, but it's a bigger case. And I don't like that salmon dial as much as I like the older blue dial. So World Time Chronograph has for me that sort of youthful appeal in terms of combining two nice complications, nice and useful complications, right? The classic Patek Philippe World Time and the flyback chronograph. So for me, this minute repeater world time is kind of the statelier, uh, older gentleman version of that. You get the beautiful Clausonet enamel dial instead of the Guilloche dial. You get uh, the same world time functionality, but this time combined with something much more romantic than a self-winding chronograph with the flyback function. um, I think that's a stunning genre, and again, not the kind of watch that you come across every day. I think 5230 is, I mean, it's a great world time. I think, wait, there was one. in the online auction that I skipped over. So let me at least cover that. That wasn't a 5230, but there was a nice Patek Philippe World Time at the Philips auction that we were looking at. I think it's right here, 5130. So one generation before, white gold with a kind of ice blue guilloche center dial, observatory style hour hands. Sorry, this is platinum. What am I talking about? One of the great things about the Patek Philippe World Time pieces is, of course, their slender profile, beautifully sitting on the wrist, thanks to the micro rotor caliber. A micro rotor caliber, since the self-winding mechanism is sunk onto the same level as the bridge plates of the movement, is of course conventionally slimmer than an automatic movement with a full rotor. This is an example from 2008 with a case that scales right under 40 millimeters, 39.5 in platinum. Beautifully finished movements that carries the hallmark of Geneva from that family of caliber 240, a storied micro rotor movement. 51, this 5130p, the platinum world timer by Patek Philippe, comes as a full set, apparently bought from a Los Angeles based dealer once upon a time. It was replaced by the 5230 in 2016. The estimated value of this piece before the auction was 20 to 40,000 Swiss francs, and at lot 40, with more than 6 days to go, the piece is currently being bid at 28,000 in Swiss francs. Yes, I have actually never seen one in metal. Um, I have seen all kinds of and experienced and heard all kinds of minute repeaters, including most recently the new Jarajanta octagonal case that I had the pleasure to listen to at the Only Watch preview, um, including what was the other, the Chopin's, monoblock sapphire crystal system is incredible. I know everyone will tell you about how special um, an AP Super Sonnerie or Patek Grand Sonnerie is, and they are, no doubt. But there's something eerily um, beautiful and contemporary about Chopin's pieces. Hunt through the shorts that I have on my channel. There's actually a good capture of a Chopin minute repeater, and I'm sure you'll enjoy it. Um, there's Roylock and Complication too. There's a lot there. But going back to, yes, the Biver. So I had the pleasure just most recently to listen to Jarajanta revival piece that is going to be part of the Only Watch with that special Mickey Mouse style. And I could record it. Not sure if I got the chance to record the Biver, um, but that had a carillon, so it was like the Westminster chime. Um, Interesting piece. Again, this is one of the pieces that you see, um, on the page, and it's a little off-putting because also it's kind of, it's a super indulgent piece, right? Because it doesn't even have a time display on the main dial. Um, there's an single serpentine hour hand on the back that's centrally deployed that gives you an idea when you turn the back. But really, the only precise way of knowing the time with this watch is to use the slide and listen to the chime. Titanium case, waterproof up to 50 meters. The dial has, in the lower part of the dial, lower part of the face, a sea of sapphires. Basically, the upper part is um, a starry sky made up of meteorite, silver obsidian, and opal. Um, so again, kind of indulgent piece. Cool. Okay, they have it here. That's amazing. It's pretty cool. I mean, it's a piece that I thought just was too much when I saw it, on the page. In person, it was actually amazing. Another piece that I thought um, that I would hate was actually stunning in person was this Chronomètre Bleu Furtif, which is kind of like the sporty version of the Chronomètre Bleu, of course, with the special treatments, which makes the dial intentionally hard to read from most angles. Um, when there's lots of light, it's actually quite easy to read, but in certain lighting conditions, even the hands blend to the background of the dial. The orange hand is amazing for the seconds, um, stands really out. Tantalum case, tantalum bracelet. So the watch has a very nice weight to it. And of course, it has a new movement, beautiful architecture, barley corn decoration on the base plates, and again, a furtive moon phase indicator and power reserve indicator that you can only access through the back, that you can only see through the case back. And I'm not sure if it will have a similar execution or this particular case and bracelet material, but I'm sure he is going to add to the product lineup something like this quite soon, kind of a sportier version of the Chronomètre Bleu, so to speak, with an integrated bracelet treatment. And a very, very cool watch. And the Janta piece, of course, is an incredible, incredible case. Lots of Interesting detail and facets on the steps of that bezel and the lugs. The two crown design is amazing, combining, you know, three elements basically of what made Janta brand famous as well in its own rights, right? The chiming watches by them were all the rage in the 90s. The Disney licensed pieces were also really popular. The jump hour retrograde minute displays were the accessible entry point to the brand. And of course, all of this is presented in an octagonal case, so far unrealized design from his sketches. The dial is incredible, Chanlevé enamel. Um, Again, a very beautiful watch. And I hate Disney with all my heart. And I'm not a big fan of the Mickey Mouse. I'm no friend of Mickey Mouse. But I love this watch in person. Hmm. Okay. Thank you, Frank and Honest. I think maybe, I mean, this is not a minute repeater. This is old school kind of one of the first iterations of the newer world time mechanism by Patek Philippe, the famous reference 2523 double crown. You know, one crown for setting the time, one crown for manipulating the city's ring, basically. It has Oslo um, here, along with Geneva and Rome, and Iceland here, along with Madeira and Dakar. Maybe it was this. Um, this is a piece that sold for more than 7 million Swiss francs in 2021 by Philips. As you can see, it has a Clausenet enamel center dial, beautifully rendered image of a map of Europe, and it has Oslo with Geneva and Roma, and it has Iceland with Madeira and Dakar. But it's not a minute repeater, it's just a world time. But possibly that particular reference, at any rate, without any unique um, dial or configuration, it's actually already one of the rarest iterations of Patek World Time. Artie says it was alleged in the House of Gucci movie that Maurizio Gucci, in his profligate ways, bought a 2523 when the company was struggling in the early 1990s. More power to him. Artie, Lange und Söhne. You like Jean Saint-Graphe? I like Jean Saint-Grave, which I think is a beautiful design. The version, okay, let's see. The version of Ferrari version of Jean Todt that sold last fall. This was an amazing watch. But um, you know what I like even more when it comes to Jean chronographs? Fortunately, now discontinued. So Saint-Graphe is, of course, and you know, not only in terms of the design, the look of it, it's a very unique execution of a chronograph. It's, of course, 1/100th of a second precision, right? What is not to admire? But I was, I always mourn the discontinuation of the Octa chronograph, which was much more of a classic design, a flyback chronograph, and a beautiful dial design as well. But before we skip this, I also want to commend it. One of the reasons that I like the Centigraph is that rocking slider, right? It's basically a great summary of Jean's design principles. Take something that is classic and make something extremely contemporary and technically innovative out of it. Just like this, it's essentially a monopusher chronograph, but what you have is like a slider for all the start, stop, and reset functions. And you have all that beautiful precision and dashboard style display um, on the dial. And of course, incredibly evocative in this particular rendition, signed for Jean Todt, of course, on the dial. I think this piece sold for almost 2 million in Swiss francs last fall at Christie's. But yes, this is what I like even more. This is the Octa chronograph, self-winding chronograph with the flyback function, much more classically designed, much more recognizable within the classic line of Jean watches as well. Decidedly less sporty than the Centigraph. Big date indicator, continuous running seconds, separate at 9 o'clock, off center dial, and then a centrally deployed second cent, heat blued, of course, which gives the watch kind of an even more antiquated feel, like one of those old school Breguet pocket watches. Amazing. But because it's a Jean watch that is discontinued as well, of course, if I, yeah, if I sold maybe both of my kidneys um, and my soul, maybe I can get close to sniffing one. Insane piece. But look, that's the estimate. Let's see. How much it actually sold for. Yeah. Well, I mean, I exaggerated only a little bit, but you know, you're basically looking at $250,000 easily, probably more. Artelange says Jean Saint-Grave is a fraud, more like a foudroyant. Then, since we looked at Ferrari and um, you said foudroyant, I'll sign off with one of my favorites, Ferrari themed chronographs. This is the Girard Perregaux here in white gold, foudroyante, rattrapante. Flashing seconds at 9 o'clock, 30-minute totalizer at 3 o'clock. And as you can see, it is a split second chronograph with the split second function integrated on to the crown. Even though it's a Ferrari watch made in limited numbers on the 70th anniversary of the company, everything is very discreet. There's a prancing pony on the déployant clasp. The case back is engraved accordingly for Scuderia Ferrari, and the dial has red accents, which includes the initials of the Ferrari team right above the foudroyant specification at 6 o'clock. Boom. Thank you so much, Rick Foss, for sending me on a wild goose chase, which we successfully completed, even though what we found wasn't a minute repeater, but one of the absolute classic world timers of all time. Um, the reference 2523, because of that beautifully balanced look that is given to it with the double crown design, is extremely desirable. Um, I think the lugs of the case are voluptuous as well. Beautiful world time piece by Patek Philippe, one of the more modern and early integrations of that inner city ring, unlike the first iteration of it on a wristwatch in 1415 HU. Um, beautiful, beautiful piece. We talked a little bit about Jean's chronographs. The Centigraph, I think, looks beautiful. The Octa chronograph that has been discontinued for a while now is my absolute favorite. Love, love, love the flyback functionality and the classic, almost decidedly antiquated look of it. I wish it still somehow existed. I think, in fact, it's so desirable now that their own patrimony department has been after some of the examples. Um, all right, I really, really appreciate all of you. I am signing off now. I love you all. Thank you for your support and presence. Please hit the like button if you haven't already on your way out. I am thankful for your support, especially for Rick Foss and Jake Brooks. Jake Brooks is also a member of the channel, and those generous super chats go a long way. And thanks to uh, those last minute pushes, we did actually do a 4-hour show again, and in fact, 4 hours and 10 minutes. So love you guys. Love you, Rick, for doing that. Love you, all of you, Frank and Honest, and Attila Ngonzune, and JD, GB Vol, G Gadwa, Thomas Burnett, and everyone else who pushed me through the last stretch as well. And of course, Corrado, JB, and Pauli, Owl, Whiskey Reaper, and Bezos, who were there in the earlier part of the show as well. I'll see you in the next one. Until then, stay safe, stay healthy, and wear your watches. Enjoy them. Take care, guys.